Hello, 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 everyone. I hope you are all doing fantastic and having a wonderful time zone. Thank you so much for being here today. We're really excited to begin Pathfindings 2023. First of all, I can't even believe it's 2023 towards the end. Freaking out a little bit about that because this year has flown by. But without further ado, I would love to quickly introduce myself and Suzanne, and then we will get the show started. So, hi everyone, I'm Dr. Jake Invella. I'm the Executive Director of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA. I'll tell you a little bit more about the IGDA as we get through the conference, but yeah, I'm going to pass it on to Suzanne to give us the proper intro for the event.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to see so many of you here watching and this really important conference where we focus on the voices of game developers in the global south. As we all know, the video game industry is truly global. There's amazing work, amazing games being done all over the world. And now is the time for us to all come together as a global industry and hear all the voices so that we're not hearing the same voices again and again. And I'm so excited that the IGDA does this conference. I think it's a really important conference, and I just really appreciate your participation.
Had to find the unmute button there. Thank you so much, Suzanne. And yeah, to add on to that, we are as a global organization, it's so important for us to highlight and showcase the amazing talent that is around the world. And we have some amazing talks ahead of us today, followed by some roundtables. So we're doing something a little different this year than in previous Pathfinding years. We are going to typically host about two talks from two speakers, and then we'll move on to Discord to chat in more depth about those topics. So throughout the show, you'll see some Discord links dropped into the comment section, and from there we will head over to Discord to chat while we break the stream for a bit, and then we'll come back for some more chats, followed by another Discord roundtable, so on and so forth. If at any time you have any questions, please feel free to type something into chat here. We'll monitor chat and get you where you need to be for the rest of the show. But yeah, additionally, if you want to learn more about the IGDA or want to find out how you can participate in pathfindings in the future, if you're a developer from the Global South and you want to share an amazing story of success, a challenge you've faced, a hurdle that's impacting your local ecosystem in the games industry, let us know. Chat with us. We're always happy to connect with you and bring you into the global community with the IGDA members that we have. So without further ado, we will break here for just a minute while we get set up for our first speaker. All right, thanks everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm Alan Pereira. Today we'll be presenting Filling the Gap, the work of a technical artist. It is a pleasure to be here today, and I hope I can share some valuable knowledge with you. Before I get started, I would like to share a little about me. So I'm a technical artist at Game Love Montreal. Have been working as a generalist technical artist for about 6 years on games for different platforms, as mobile, PC, and in consoles. I currently work at Disney during Light Valley, and there is also some other projects I have worked during my career. Here is a summary of the topics that I'll be covering in this session. I'll begin with a brief introduction about what is a technical artist, and then I will start to talk about the most common demands in emerging gaming industries I observe in my career as a generalist. We'll cover what is a technical artist, asset integration, asset pipeline, hindering pipeline, and optimization. So what is a technical artist? For everyone that might have searched about this for the first time, have probably stumbled with the definition that a technical artist is a role that fills a gap between art and engineering, or something very similar to this. But this statement alone is pretty vague. What is this gap? And, or even better, why does this gap exist in the first place? This has to do with the increasing complexity of game development. As gamers are always trying to innovate and bring new technologies, the processes of creating the art up to those requirements and also their integration became something way more technical than what artists were used to. And the need to know about art fundamentals and some digital content creation tools made it not suitable for a programmer to do this as well. So this created the need of having a role that knows about technical stuff, like graphic programming, rendering pipeline, game engine, and also know its ways in art creation, like 3D softwares, color theory, animation principles, composition, etc. And this role is the technical artist. Starting with our common demands, asset integration is by far the most common demand here. Almost all technical artists I knew started working with it, including me. To give context, on smaller studios, you usually don't have a set of tools that allow the artists doing the integrations easily, needing someone to be that bridge that will make possible to get the assets from the DCC tools. It is Blender, Maya, 3ds Max, those are the DCC tools, inside to the game engine like Unity, Unreal, Godot, or a custom game engine, right? On this demand, you'll be working almost the entire time within the game engine. So it is really helpful for a junior technical artist because you have less software to worry about as you are learning other stuff related to the game development production like Scrum, Jira, documentation, verse control, and etc. Okay, so what's needed to be integrated in this demand? The first thing you have here is 3D models. It could be a character, 3D model, or environment prop. For those integrations, you need to have some base knowledge in 3D. So having experience in any 3D software is something that will really help you here. Other related knowledge that I need are material setup. Most of the time it revolves around knowing the PBR workflow. PBR stands for physically based rendering. Knowing stuff like what is a albedo map, normal map, metallic map, occlusion map, and how to set up them into the game engine. And talk about maps, we have texture compressions. You have to understand that textures really have assets, and using the right compressors will really save the amount of memory usage your game takes. And the final item here is rigging. You don't need to know everything about rigging at this stage, at this demand, but know at least how it works, and also retardant will really help you. Retardant is what allows to reuse animation on one character and to another. For 2D, you have to worry about texture compressions, because inside the game engine, your sprites will be treated as texture as well. You need to know about Sprite Atlas or Sprite Sheet, depending on your game engine. Sprite Atlas is this collection of sprites, and this allows you to reduce the number of draw calls that your CPU will issue to the GPU. Another thing that could also result in some performance optimizations are sprite meshes. Sprite meshes, like for example, every sprite will be drawn as a quad in your scene, and having sprite mesh, it kind of have like the outline. It will be a 2D mesh here that will follow the outline of your sprite, and that will kind of reduce transparent pixels areas and thus having less overdraw. Moving forward, we have UI integrations. For UI integration, you also need to know about texture compression, Sprite Atlas, but you also need to know about UI systems. UI systems are the systems that will allow you build, construct the UI inside the game engine, okay? So it could be Unity's Canvas or the Unreal's UMG. Here will be create panels, buttons, manage front assets, create a list of items that will be scrolled, anchoring stuff in the right place, make it able to adapt in different resolutions, and more. Another asset that we have here are VFX. For VFX, you have to know how particle systems works on your game engine of choice. It might be handy to have some experience on 3D modeling and UV mapping here as well, as it will allow you to do effects in more creative ways. For shaders, I do believe that having at least a base knowledge will help you here, be it to create a small vertex animation or the salvo effect, for example. This base knowledge involves knowing your inputs, like what is the mesh data, it is vertices, vertex colors, UV, normals. Also know about the simple vertex programs, simple fragment shader programs. And as a final item here, I would include knowing at least a little about object space, word space, and clip space. Note that if your studio has a specialized VFX artist, you'll be working more as a supportive role for this kind of demand, like create an Uber shader for this VFX artist to work with, okay? The next demand that we have here is asset pipeline. An asset pipeline is a series of steps for the asset production. In this demand, you'll be responsible for defining and maintaining a pipeline that suits the needs of your project, but it still allows the artist to focus more on the art creation. It's kind of a step forward from the asset integration that we discussed previously, because at this point you'll be acting more as a facilitator to get stuff into the game instead of integrate everything by yourself. Here are some things that needs to be defined within the pipeline. The softwares that should be used, naming conventions, file format conventions, triangle budget, tester size, tester channels structure, and materials library. Here is a very simple pipeline, like you first model, you open the UV, you baking the high poly information into the low poly, you texturize it, make the rigging, and then render it inside the game engine. So it's a very simple one, just to illustrate here. Have a more complex one here from the Envar. It is a art pipeline from Envar Studio. Here we have the concept, the sculpting of the high poly, rough topology to create the low poly here, and making the UV mapping. Have baking and texturing paint here on Substance and through the code. Have here create the rigging, the skinning, and after that it would be game ready, right? We could integrate inside the game engine and also be animated by the animation artists and etc. But the idea here is that you'll be shaping the pipeline. And to shape your pipeline, you first need to understand the steps that you need for your project. For example, not all mobile games require creating a sculpted high poly. So you could remove them. It would remove like the sculpting, the topology, and also the bake of texture, because all those are some resulting steps of the sculpture, of have the high poly. So if you don't have the high poly, you have less steps to create a 3D model for a mobile game and would deliver 3D models way faster. Another thing that you should check is if all those software are really needed. Like here we have Substance Painter and 3D Code for the baking testing paint. 3D Code is an awesome software for hand painting, but if my game only features PBR stuff, we might be able to do everything on Substance Painter. It would be one less software to worry about. And the less amount of software, less licenses you have to pay, less friction of export and import stuff you have, and also less APIs in your code to maintain if you are doing tools. A final thing to consider is how many assets needs to be made, because it's not doable to have a complete pipeline that take months to deliver one character model if you have to deliver like 100 of them in 6 months. You have to adapt that pipeline, be it by removing some step or automate them. Sorry. And by automation, we have here tools. In this demand, in the demand of creating tools, we need to identify pain points, the development, pain points that pipeline that we shaped. And then we'll be creating tools that will solve those issues by streamlining their workflow for the artists. Note that pipeline tools are different from game systems. So game system would have like vegetation, terrain, etc. For pipeline tools, we try to solve problems external to the game engine. Usually it involves knowing Python, specific scripting languages like Mel or Max scripting, PowerShell, and DCC Tools APIs. For pipeline tools, the rule of thumb is that if it is a repetitive action where you do the same thing over and over, it should be automated. Some pipeline tools example are custom exporters. It can be to export something from one DCC to another, like from Maya to Substance, or it could be to export to the game engine. It generally saves a lot of time setting exporting parameters that are always the same. We also have rigging tools. It could be some auto-rig tools similar to 3ds Max Scat or Blank's Rigify, but with your game's needs in mind. We also have asset processor. It could be described as a more advanced set of tools where you have well-defined rules and behaviors for your assets, how your assets are made, how your assets should look in a lot of occasions. And having those well-defined rules will allow you to automate most part of its creations. So if you are interested in asset processor, I recommend watching this talk from Embark Studio. A final tip here is that it's also important to document your tools. A good documentation will not just help the artist to learn how to use your tools, but it will also help you in the case of improvement or bug fix is needed. Aside the assets, another part of the game development that technical artists are responsible of is define how things will gonna be drawn to the screen. And that comes by knowing about rendering pipeline. Rendering pipeline is a sequence of steps that render the graphical elements into the screen. It can be 2D, 2D, or even the UI. It will pass through some rendering steps before being drawn to the screen. Render pipeline can vary depending on the implementation, but here are some common steps. So given an input mesh, we first send the vertices of the element we want to render. Those vertices are transformed through a vertex shaders. Generally here, you will just adjust the vertex to be in the right position, the word space. We then generate the triangles and pass to the rasterization step. The rasterization step is where the vector elements are going to be transformed into pixels. And with the vector elements as pixels, we have the data to run the pixel shader, also known as a fragment shader. Here is where the pixels are going to be shaded. In other words, receive the colors. It will sample the texture and also calculate the lighting. Once we have the final color of the pixel, we can do some operations like blending for transparency or sensor for discarding a given pixels. With that, we send the final color of those pixels to the frame buffer that will be later displayed on the screen. Moving forward, we have rendering pipeline implementations. Well, like I said before, the rendering pipeline can have different steps depending on the implementation. And the technical artist's job here is to define what implementation better suits the game you are developing. And also what technologies are you going to support, like post-processing effects, ray tracing, dynamic resolution, and etc. For the implementations, we have the following render pipeline that are most common. We have forward renderer, where the light is calculated per object and additional lights require additional passes. We have the forward rendering, where the lighting is calculated all together on a separate pass. It uses more frame buffers, but it also has issues with transparent materials and does not support MSA and Antilles technique. We also have forward plus render, which is similar to forward render, but use clusters that allow more additional lights. On the features, have a bunch of things to consider. First off are culling techniques. Those allow to eliminate geometry that are not visible on the screen, so we do not waste resource trying to render things that are not visible. The most common are frozen culling, occlusion culling, backface culling. Another thing we have here is LOD, level of detail, which reduces the complexity of object that is far from the camera. So by reducing complexity, I mean it allows you to use a simpler mesh, but it also allows you to use a simple shader or material, so it will take less resource to render that object that is far from the camera and does not need to have all of the details visible because it will be too small on the screen. Have anti-aliasing techniques like MSA, FXA, and TAA. Then we also allow to find the ones that better fits your needs. Have post-processing, that exists a lot of different post-processing effects, but the most common are tone mapping, exposure, color adjustment, bloom, motion blur, screen space ambient occlusion, screen space reflections, ray tracing. By ray tracing, we also have ray tracing reflection, ray tracing shadows, ray tracing global illuminations, and etc. Following here, we have dynamic resolution. So some examples are FXR and DLSS from NVIDIA, FXR from AMD. Other features that we could have are compute shaders, like here from Ghost of Tsushima, it's a compute shader that rendered the grass. Have foliage, which pretty similar, outline effects, volumetric fog, pixelization, and more. Now, the last domain I want to discuss today is all about optimization. Ultimately, optimization is what we do to keep our game running in the desired frame per second. Frame per second is our majority metric to know if your game has a good performance or not. But I say we have a frame budget measuring milliseconds, and this budget is defined by our target frame rate. For example, in mobile games, generally we are speaking of 30 FPS. So I have to generate 30 frames in 1 second. And for us to have our frame budget number here, we could just divide 1 second or 1000 milliseconds by 30, and we get our frame budget milliseconds. In the case, it is 33 milliseconds to work with. So everything that our game does, be it on the CPU or in the GPU, has to work within those 33 milliseconds. Moving to PC and console, we'll have 60 FPS. And if you do the calculate here, we would have 16 milliseconds. So if I want to have my game running 60 FPS, I have to make everything work within those 16 milliseconds. Another standard is 90 FPS for VR. This has to do with issues like disorientation and nausea if the game is presenting a slower frame rate. But in general, with your frame budget, we now have a metric to know if each one of my graphical features is doing fine or not. And before moving on more advanced stuff regarding optimization, it's cool to understand our resource, what we have to work within those milliseconds, the frame budget that we calculate. Have the CPU and the GPU, and also the memory. In general, the idea will be to balance the workload between the CPU and the GPU and maintain the memory usage by allocating only what is needed and deallocating what is not in use anymore. So here are some common scenarios where things start to go wrong. The first one is CPU bound. We have CPU bound where our CPU is our bottleneck, which means it's taking longer to prepare a new frame to send it for the GPU to render it. So just to give some context, the CPU is always one step ahead from the GPU. It starts this way. The CPU calculates everything from one frame and gives this new frames for the GPU to render. So the CPU is always one step ahead. And if the CPU is taking longer to calculate, the GPU here, we have to wait. So have here the CPU thread, and below have the GPU thread here. So if the CPU is taking longer, the GPU thread will kind of wait, and that means that our CPU here needs to be optimized. Something in the CPU needs to be optimized in order for us to reach our 16 millisecond, for example. And the vice versa scenario is GPU bound, where our CPU is doing the job, but the GPU is taking longer to produce a frame. So every time that the CPU will send a new frame for the GPU, it has to wait this GPU to complete the previous frame before sending a new frame for this GPU. In this scenario, our GPU is the bottleneck, and it is what needs to be optimized. Sorry. Last common scenario here is out of memory. The out of memory scenario is not related to the FPS at all, because it doesn't drop the FPS, but it actually crashes the game. This occurs when your game tries to use more memory to what is available for it. It's most common on mobile platforms and handheld consoles like the Nintendo Switch, where you have less memory to use. Okay, but those are the scenarios, the common scenarios of when things goes wrong. But how do I get this data? How do I know that my CPU is take like 21 milliseconds? How do I tell that my GPU is waiting or the vice versa? How can I get this data? This is where profiling comes in. To understand what is your bottleneck, what is taking more resource than expected, and find how can we optimize it, we need to profile first. And on profile, we have the usage of tools that will sample your game and present valuable information like how many milliseconds a feature is taking, how many memory usage your assets are taking, and the frame data and more stuff. So all that information will make it easier to understand what and where you should optimize. Here is a list of common profiling tools. We have Unity Profiler, Unreal Profiler, Android Studio Profiler, Xcode Instrument, Firefox Profiler. Those for the Firefox here is for WebGL applications. We also have frame analysis. This is more recommended for technical artists because most of the time you will be trying to understand how your frame is being constructed to see if it's taking the desired steps or desired passes on your shader, on your rendering pipeline. And the frame analysis tool is what allows that. So we have here RenderDoc, Unity Frame Debugger, Microsoft Pix, NVIDIA Inside Graphics, AMD Radeon GPU Developer Tool Suite. Just before moving on, I just want to state here the optimization model, which is always profile first. There is no issue in profiling. Just have in mind that profiling really takes time. So aside optimization tasks where you will have to profile, if you will just want to validate if your game is running fine periodically, you could do that when a new feature is introduced or before a new release. If you have a remote machine, you can even try to automate it to do some more general profiling daily. Okay, well, most of what I said was focused on a generalist, technical artist, mainly focused on emerging game industry, right? But on a AAA studios, the amount of work is too much for just one person to be able to contribute in every demand. Thus, the need of specialized roles. Here are some specializations to look after. Have tools and pipeline, have procedural, have rigging, materials, and shaders. On tools and pipeline, you'll be mostly doing asset integration and the asset pipeline demands. In procedural, you might be taking most computer shaders or game tool systems. At rigging, it's pretty focusing on rigging tools. And here, and they also create the controllers for the animators, right? And on material shaders, it's pretty that, material and shaders. You'll be creating shaders, you'll be giving maintenance to the material library of your game, and that's it. If you want to know more about those specializations, I really recommend take a look at this talk, A Day in Life of the Tech Artist from Ginomon at YouTube. Okay? Well, that's it, guys. At the end of the day, technical art is all about handling pretty frames and empowering the artists, either by easing the development process or adding some handful tools for them to bring their creativity to life. I really hope that you learned something new today that could make your valuable time here worthy. And thanks again for the IGDA team for the opportunity.
Wow, what an amazing talk. Thank you so much, Alan. That was fantastic. I have so many questions for you. I want to pick your process-oriented slash creative brain so bad. So I'm looking forward to the roundtable discussion that we'll host here in about 30 minutes after our next presentation. For anyone who had a question for Alan, I did see there we had one or two. We will get those into the roundtable discussion here soon. So just stick with us, and I'll post that link to the roundtable discussion in during the presentation. But without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and get in our next speaker, Daniel Sanchez, who, yeah, I'll just get you on here and take it away.
Hi. Let me share my screen real quick. And guess we're ready. Yeah. So, hi everyone. Good morning. Thank you for attending to this talk. We'll cover some design principles to achieve accessibility. Who am I? I'm Daniel Sanchez, Unity Certified Instructor, Unity Education Ambassador. I want to call myself an advocate, a mentor, and I'm a developer myself here in Colombia. This is the country that I'm representing. I'm Colombian, yes, with an O. And thank you so much for being here with me in this really important talk for me. So let's get started. We'll cover these 4 groups. Basically, I divided this presentation in 4 main 4 aspects: understanding accessibility, the business case for accessibility, overcoming common challenges, and implementing principles. These are like my main cases here for accessibility. So, for accessibility, remember, please keep in mind that accessibility is not about a person's abilities. It's more about creating an environment where everyone, regardless of their abilities, can fully participate and engage with digital content and experiences. Keep that word in mind, experiences. So yes, accessibility is making sure that everyone can easily use and enjoy digital things, digital experiences. So we'll get started with some metrics. Did you know that 1.3 billion people around the world experience some type of disability? Here in Latin America, we have around 85 million. And that means that around the 60% of the population have a disability. It's 1 in 6 of us. With these metrics in mind, we need to highlight the need for an inclusive design, inclusive considerations in every aspect of the user experience. Various disabilities in some aspects that we'll see in a moment uniquely shape the landscape of the digital interactions. All the experience that people experience change if they have a disability. And remember, disability is not about the person's abilities. It's more about the context, the environment. And if we fight those like the hard environment, will provide accessibility at the end. I will use experiences multiple times. That word experiences, experience. I will use that word multiple times. So please be with me with in this. Video games are experiences, and people are built on personal experiences. I think for you is the same thing that it is for me, that video games can change lives, can change situations. You can find in video games a palliative effect. So, as experiences, people have the right to experience those experiences. Video games as experiences transcends life diverse paths, offering an universal and invaluable journey for individuals to explore and engage with, regardless of that word is very difficult for me, of their unique life experiences. Please keep this in mind. If you want to take a screenshot, take it. But yeah, this is really important, and I understood this years ago when I was working in rehab and in motor rehab. So keep that in mind. Next, business case for accessibility. There's a business in this thing. Maybe for you it's more it is not relevant at this point. You have not think as a designer or as a developer how to implement accessibility. Just might see this as a expensive development, but I want to tell you that making games more accessible not only helps the players, people playing them, but also helps our industry with cool ideas that make games better for everyone, not just the people who need the accessibility. So working in accessibility, it's like unlocking new uh, possibilities, new creative possibilities in gaming. And if you want to create better games, please keep in mind that accessibility must be in your business since the beginning. You know that game design is a process, so please keep in mind accessibility since the beginning. This is more about innovation, but remember there is a market, and I forgot to quit something here, so sorry for that. I thought I replaced that, but um, people with disabilities still have spending power. I know that it can be hard sometimes for the people. Medical expenses can strike hard, but do not underestimate, because there is still a market. There is still people who want to buy our games. So keep in mind that it is a market. The that market is really big. We cover 1.3 billion of people and if our game is free and accessible, you can extend your market to the double, triple, I don't know. With this, I want to tell that being a good person almost costs $0, pesos, whatever. But this costs zero if we include this in the since the beginning of our design. So, overcoming common challenges for the design and development. This is really important because it's the practical solutions and cost-effective strategies. We as indies might not have all the big budgets from a AAA studio. We don't have endless resources, especially we are indies working in our homes, making games, designing for everyone, and with a desire to tell a story, with a desire to engage with the people, with the market at the end. But there's good news, and there's smart and affordable ways we can make our games and digital stuff more accessible for everyone. I want to focus in these three aspects: engage with accessibility communities, building features of development platforms, and user testing with diverse groups. Sorry. But as I told you before, making things accessible doesn't always mean to spending a lot. Hiring uh, a squad of developers to achieve accessibility, if you keep in mind this since the beginning of your design process. Engaging with the accessibility communities. There's a lot of communities out there that can provide you with valuable insights, guidance, even volunteer assistance, and can contribute to improving accessibility in your games. Even when you're testing your game with wider public, that will help your game. And did you know that IGDA have a accessibility community, an accessibility interest group? Maybe I can share with you these links later, but yeah, there's a group just for accessibility, and I'm proud to be part of it in the last month, and it's been really, really insightful. Take advantage of the accessibility features that are already built in the platform. Maybe you know about the reader in Windows, in PC, maybe in Mac, but there's a lot of built-in features just for accessibility. If you're working on your game for browser, for web, there's tons of plugins, there's tons of things that you can do to enhance the accessibility. So that's really, really cool. Thank you for sharing the link for the IGDA accessibility group. And creating accessibility design and development documentation with the user testing. Every time that a player is playing our game, we are documenting everything to improve our game. That educates our team on the best practices, ensuring that accessibility is considered from the beginning of the process, reducing at the end extra costs. Maybe if you're applying to some fund, you're applying to the local laws about accessibility software, keeping in mind accessibility since the beginning will reducing cost at the end, because you won't have to redo remaking all your system, all your processes. You will have this since the beginning. And I'm sorry if I'm repeating everything, but I really want to make sure that you get the idea with this thing. This is really important for me. I hope as a developer that it should be really important for you after this talk. And maybe use open source and free tools. Maybe if you are in this talk, you already know about game accessibility guidelines. But if you know, I want to present you the game accessibility guidelines. It's a web page that is a comprehensive resource for developers and designers. It provides like recommendations to ensure that video games are inclusive and playable by a diverse range of players. I want to highlight this comment here, the second one. This should be required reading because we exist and we want to buy your games. There is a market. There is a market in accessibility. Please keep in mind that people, maybe this is not the best word, but people deserve to experience your experiences as a developer. If you want to create something enjoyable for everyone, make something accessible, and you will have a market. This webpage typically includes practical guidelines covering various or several aspects of video game design, user interfaces, audio elements, and gameplay in general. So you will have a lot of insight, a lot of comments about how to approach to accessibility in various points. There's a lot of case studies there, best practices, and links to additional resources to support developers and designers in creating more accessible and enjoyable games. Keep in mind that this will give you a wider audience, a wider market. There's people that wants to play your game. And with this, I'll pass to implementing the principles in accessibility. Maybe I should share with you this thing. This was a poster that we with a friend created for a event some years ago, and we're covering 4 main aspects of accessibility: hearing impairment, visual impairment, motor disabilities, and cognitive disabilities. These are really basic recommendations that you can maybe see or watch in game accessibility guidelines, but I want to cover some things first. In hearing, first of all, remember that redundancy in accessibility is the key. Sometimes we'll need to have multiple feedback to the player at the same time, and this happens with hearing. With hearing, if a player has some disability or impairment, hearing some sounds or all the sounds in our game, we can add subtitles. We can add visual aids and visualize sounds. I'm not really sure if you're familiar with shooters. Modern shooters are implementing the visualization of the sound source. So if someone is shooting from the distance, you can see a little icon with a bullet. It's maybe it's fading because it's pretty far, but it is really close. You will see that the icon really sharp. You will see it really big and red, telling you that there's shoots. There's something shooting in that area. If someone is walking towards you, you will see footsteps or footprints in that minimap. If you're working on an RPG, maybe you can add text around the other characters. You can add a lot of stuff that represents sounds with in a visual way. For motor disabilities, remember that for some people it's really hard to press a key, to release a key. It's really hard to access to maybe a control like this. It is really hard. What if you have just one hand? How you can access all these buttons, all these joysticks? That's a really big challenge, but it is not already solved, but it is really simple right now because there's a lot of tools that help us to do that. So allowing remapping controls for the player, it's the first thing that you can do. Adjust sensibility and maybe provide haptic feedback, or maybe remove the haptic feedback, that vibration of the control on the gamepad. For some people is painful, but some people needs that feedback. So you can add, I don't know, but in some simple lines in code, you can add vibration on, vibration off, vibration on, vibration off. That's something that really improves your game. And for your players, your healthy players too, providing that feedback will give you another layer of complexity in your experience. So that will be beneficial, highly beneficial for your game. And if you're designing your game as an experience, you can have in at the end like a really big product that can fulfill a wider public, a wider market. But even the vibration can tell stories. But that's up to you. I don't want to give you weird ideas right now. For the visuals, remember the easiest way to do that is with filters. There's a lot of filters. Even game accessibility guidelines give you like these resources to apply filters to your game. And this is pretty common. All the games right now are implementing filters for a wider audience. Highlighting the information, not just use colors, use shapes, and not just use shapes, use colors. You can have multiple warning signs, you can have multiple feedback visual elements in your game that they are not close one to another. With visual impairment, is not just be blind, but if your game is playable for a blind person, kudos for you. That will be amazing. That will be really, really great. I'm seeing examples of people, blind people playing The Last of Us 2, God of War. That's amazing. Please keep in mind those things. How a blind person can play your game. That will give you another insight, that will give you another layer in your game design, that it will be highly beneficial. That will be really, really good. And obviously use a really good soundscape. And it's maybe opposite to the hearing, but here you can also have, well, the soundscape to give feedback to the player. And last but not least, the cognitive aspect of accessibility. This is something more common that you might know or you might think. Owning the pace, the player owning the pace of the game. Not maybe some people won't consider this as accessibility at first. Maybe some people will say, no, I'm just making the game easier. But no, there's people out there who needs to make to own the pace of of your game. There's people who wants to play in a more relaxed way, and again, with keeping that in the first aspects of the design, will give you a better game at the end. Please don't overwhelm the player. I know that I'm saying that you'll need to use sounds, icons, soundscapes, a lot of visual aids in the screen, but some people don't need them. So please keep in mind that the player have to experience the game in a way that they can enjoy the experience. So allow the player to remove aspects, even remove the accessibility of your game completely, but give the player the control of your accessibility settings. That will be really good um, for your game at the end. I don't get tired of saying this, but video games are experiences. Video games are um, meant to be played for a wider public, a wider market. So please keep in mind this. Having these things in mind, if you have any question, I'll read the chat very briefly. But anything you can ask, anything you want to say at the end of this talk, please do that. I'll be really glad to talk about accessibility and game design and Unity and everything. So these are my main social network if you want to connect. And thank you so much for this space. Thank you for to IGDA for this invitation. I'm really, really glad to be here, not just representing maybe accessibility, but Colombia itself. So thank you so much. And can the translation of a video game be considered accessibility? Oh, I sometimes it does, and that will be highly beneficial. I didn't talk about that, but there's aspects in dyslexia. I'm not really sure if I'm pronouncing it right in English, but there are some aspects in dyslexia that can be solved with implementation of another language. Some people don't have like the same um, impairment in or another language, but that's a different case. Maybe it's not that clinical. You can have that in mind. And for me, at some point in my personal experience, I don't recognize left and right. I'm not really sure what is this is left. So for me, at first was really useful to think in English about the laterality. So yeah, that will consider that can be considered accessibility at some point. Have you ever worked on a project that focuses on accessibility? Is how far how was your experience? Yes, I work in most of my game jams implement some accessibility key points because it's the biggest achievement for me. And seeing people playing my games and saying, hey, I just found really beneficial for me this filter, this key point, this boolean that you include just to adjust accessibility, that helped me a lot to help to play your game. That's the best experience that I could have at the time. So it is really good. You can feel really really good, and you can find a market for that. I also participate in some commercial projects, not including all the accessibility features that I want to include, but at the end, it was highly beneficial for the product, for the business, because a wider population could test the game at the end of the time. So yeah, it's really good. I don't know. I think last question because I'm the time. What are the players' needs that are least treated or response at the moment? What are these? Oh, this is really good because some people don't recognize the cognitive aspects of the game. Even with the cognitive aspects, control the FOV, the field of view, is an accessibility setting. Some people get dizzy, get really, really to the point of puke, of vomit, because of the field of view. That that aspect, the cognitive area, it's really important, and it's really really big, and you can attack that area with simple ways like having a slider, changing the FOV of your game, changing maybe the pace. It could be just hi- hiding a full canvas. In at least in Unity, you can have a canvas and just turn it off, and that's an accessibility feature that you can implement. And sometimes it's not as recognized as maybe the hearing aspect, the motor, or the visual, but the cognitive aspect is not as least treated that you might think maybe, and it is the most big, and for me it's the most important because people are different, and even that distance that you get playing a game can be easily solved with a slider, and people know, the developers don't usually keep that in mind. And yeah, thank you so much. We'll have the roundtable. Thank you again for the invitation. Thank you again for being here in this talk. It's very important for me. And anything that you want to discuss, please keep in touch.
Daniel, thank you so much for that amazing talk on accessibility. I think it's one of the most important aspects in game development, especially when you're starting the process of creating a game, because as you've mentioned and as we know, it is something you really need to start that design process with accessibility in mind and understanding how players can experience your vision. So thank you very much. With that said, we'll wrap up for this section of talks, and we will jump to our Discord. So, and I'll put that in chat.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging with us for just a bit. Let's see. I think I am ready finally to get to the next speaker after an amazing roundtable discussion. If you weren't there, we just spent a little bit of time kind of going more in depth about some of the topics related to being a technical artist that Alan had shared in his presentation, to accessibility in games that Daniel spoke about. And there were some great questions, some great conversations. Without further ado, I would love to introduce you to the IGDA even more so, and then we'll transition into our next speaker. So as you just saw in that video, the IGDA, the International Game Developers Association, is the world's largest nonprofit, member-driven professional association for game developers. We support and empower game developers all around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. And we do this in a number of ways. We provide a global industry network so people can connect, network, make friends and new colleagues and peers in the industry. We provide access to industry benefits like discounts to major industry events like GDC and DevCon. We also provide discounts on products, services, hardware, etc. And we're thrilled to be able to provide mentorship as well. Mentorship is one of the most important aspects in advancing and leveling up your career. We have an entire mentorship platform dedicated to our mentors and mentees. In addition, we also provide educational and advocacy-based resources, whether those are best practices, industry papers, industry reports based on developer-level data like our developer satisfaction survey, and more. And lastly, and my personal favorite, solidarity among the developer community. We have over 160 special interest groups and regional chapters of IGDA all around the world. Our regional chapters are representations of IGDA in a specific location or region that really hone in on the local game industry ecosystem, supporting the developers and the nuanced challenges that they face. As for our special interest groups, also known as SIGs, we have a variety ranging from affinity-based special interest groups, such as Latinx in games, women in games, Black in games, Muslim in games, and more, as well as discipline-based ones like programming, game accessibility, which is also an advocacy-based one. We have art, design, interactive audio, you name it, we likely have a community for you in it. And then, of course, we have our advocacy-based special interest groups. Like I mentioned, we have game accessibility, climate special interest group, credits to ensure that everyone who works on games is being properly credited. That's so important, not only to our livelihood, to our next move in our career, but it's important as an industry standard that we uphold. So with that said, the IGDA is so happy to network and connect developers all around the world with one another. And when we do so, we get to have these events like this where we bring insights and expertise from everywhere in every corner of the globe. So without further ado, I'm so excited to introduce you to our next speaker, Sarah Machado, who will be actually talking about one of the things we rave about at IGDA. We need to be paying more attention to the amazing talent across the Global South. So let me get Sarah on board, and thank you for tuning in.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. This is an event I really want to be part of because, I just wanted to talk more to the global south. I'm Brazilian. I've moved to the UK around 7 years ago, so this is still very foreign to me. Latin America is very much my home. So thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so today we're going to talk about the why should the global north rethink recruitment. And you're probably wondering, why am I talking to the global south about the global north rethinking recruitment? I do talk to them about that as well, just so you know. But I think it's important, especially knowing a little bit of the reality of my own country, that sometimes we just copy and paste a lot of behavior that we just accept as correct, or we just accept it as, yeah, no, you know what? If they have been doing that for so long, then there might be the reason, there might be a reason for it. And I just don't like those answers. So I decided to dig a bit more into it. And this is what we're exploring today. Okay, so I like content because I'm one of those people, but so you know what to expect, I'm breaking down in three categories: rethinking recruitment, where we look back into what is recruitment as we know today and how old is it. Then the second part, which is Learn is Listen, which is about an exploration of the report I've done for Hitmarker on job hunting preferences in the gaming industry. And then we go to the third part, which is building it from scratch, where we're going to talk about, since we're not going to copy and paste what they're doing, how do we go about it? What are some like top tips for like best practice? So let's start. Okay, so first you should know a little bit about me. So as I've mentioned, I've moved to the UK around 7 years ago. I was 21. At the time, I was doing a study abroad. I was studying at UFRJ, for those who know, and I managed to get a study abroad to King's College London. And at the time, I was studying Brazil International Defense Strategy and Management, and I went to King's College to study war studies. And I never got to the point where it was like, oh, how hard will it be to get a job in this area, and will they hire a spy in the UK? And yeah, so the answer was no. So I had to kind of like start from scratch with no professional experience. I never managed to finish my degree in war because it cost around 13K in the UK for a year. So I just decided not to, politely. And then I just started working in hospitality, fell into recruitment eventually, and jumped between a lot of other industries. And a lot of them have a lot in common. So you can definitely see the games industry as a young industry copy and paste a lot of what they expect was correct as well. But then, yeah, once I started working in the games industry, I work with a lot of external agencies, but then I have the kind of like the privilege to work with Into Games, where I led the Kickstart scheme for the UK. We had a gateway just for the games industry, and through the gateway, I managed to adapt the scheme a little bit to work for games, and we hired 130 people on universal credit to their first game job, which was really nice. And as I mentioned, the job hunting preference reports that we're going to go from now, from the second part. And very recently, I just founded my own company, which is Bird's Eye View. And basically, I'm just trying to bit by bit bridge the gap between formal and informal education and the industry. So stay tuned for the entry-level skills hub, which should be coming in the next few weeks. Okay, so I like to start with this quote because even though we shouldn't, of course, when we're creating something, just follow what other people expecting, that's kind of where Game of Thrones went, and it wasn't wonderful. But you do need to pay attention to your audience. They will give you everything you need. And yes, you can build something just for you and that you love, but I think games are such an incredible experience and interactive, like bit of our childhood almost, that why would we make it just for ourselves, and why wouldn't we want to represent more people into that as well? So let's look at the state of the game's audience. So us gamers, where do we come from? Who are we? What do we eat? But basically, as you can see in here, not a lot of the gamers kind of come from Europe and North America, even though those are the major hubs and the biggest represented geographical areas when it comes to game developers. So you're already starting to see a bit of like what's going on. But remember this, because we're going to go back to what the stats are telling us today. But first, I have some questions for the audience, and please don't leave me hanging. That would be very painful. But the first one, who do you think was responsible for the first CV? Will we have any answers? Will I know? I'm giving you 5 seconds and then I'm answering them myself. There we go. So the first CV was made by Leonardo da Vinci, and that was back in the 15th century. And that is literally the image that you guys can see by the side. If you really think about what the first CV was, it was basically a list of everything that he had done, his skills, and the things that he'll be interested in doing. Pretty much still what we do. It was a surprise for me as well. So, but yes, which century saw the creation of the first job advert, or as some people call it, job description? I'm just gonna answer them all. What's gonna happen? But they were created in the 19th century because of the Industrial Revolution. So basically, they had a lot of jobs, and they needed people to move to wherever the factories were, which means you do have to sell a little bit of the job. So that stopped being a this is what your job is, and started being a okay. So this is all of the benefits you get and all the free fruit you get. So that started in the Industrial Revolution. And what international event led to the creation of recruitment agencies? That was the Second World War. So when we had a lot of soldiers coming back, we had a lot of people with different types of skills, and then it became like a whole different business to just kind of match people and jobs. But you see where I'm getting here, right? When mass layoffs became a popular practice. So this one this one is in the 19th century, and it started because now and then certain industries will have a little bit of a lot of downturn because of seasonal fluctuations. But then at some point in the late 1800s, something changed in the workplace that affected workers the most. And I think a lot of people can probably guess this one, which is machines. Yes, machines were a lot of a reason why a lot of layoffs happened at some point. But in what century did Christopher Columbus, or Cristóbal Colombo, as I know him, set foot on South America for the first time? That was in the 15th century, which was just 16 years before, 16 years after Leonardo da Vinci CVs. So what I'm getting here is when we look at layoffs, when we look at everything that has happened in terms of recruitment and that inspires a lot of our practices today, they are really, really old. And more important than that, we can look at what the society at that time looked like. And probably all of those processes that we are still using today were created for that audience, for those people. And it's really hard to tell if that is if that actually would work or not. But nowadays we actually have data, so we know that it kind of doesn't. But the way that we do source, attract, and recruit has a direct connection to who ends up getting hired. So if the processes we use today were developed a while ago and for a completely different audience, then the workforce should reflect exactly that. And it does. It absolutely does. So unfortunately, this is the state of the games industry today. So remember when we looked at the audience, it's absolutely different. That is a complete mismatch into this. And we can see that even though there are a little bit of representation kind of like creeping in, there's so much more work we need to do. And I personally believe the way the recruit does have like a role to play. So I believe that according to my research, if you do want to diversify your workforce, you need to learn how to tailor your processes. But that doesn't necessarily mean creating something specific for each group of diversity that you can imagine, because technically we are the global majority. It actually just means designing for everyone, because that is what designing for inclusivity means. Everyone benefits from it. Take me, for example. So I don't know if you can guess, but I'm a biracial South American woman. I have a vascular disease, actually two at this point. I just found out a new one, exciting. And I have chronic pain. I am on the spectrum, which I just found out in January, to be completely honest, but now it's very obvious. I don't know how I didn't know. And I also have ADHD. And I don't know if anyone knows what aphantasia means, but basically means I can't visualize. I literally, if you ask me to close my eyes and see an apple, I can't see an apple. But if you can't guess any of those things by my CV, how could you possibly accommodate me? So thinking about accommodations after we design the whole thing doesn't make sense, because a lot of those accommodations and a lot of those disabilities that need accommodations aren't visible. So that's when I asked myself, what should we do? But I didn't also want to be very hypocritical and just decide everything on my own. I decided to make a survey, and I was lucky enough to have Hitmarker having my back and supporting me while we were doing that. And basically, I just asked a lot of questions to a lot of people, and we're just exploring a single part of the survey. But and just to give an idea of the methodology of the survey, we had over 600 respondents, and they spent a total of 190 hours talking about what they prefer when they're job hunting. I separated the responses when I was analyzing into groups, all the responses, and then over 3 years in the games industry, and then in micro groups, and then, for example, different ethnicities, different nationalities, all of that. And then I put it all together and analyze the data. And we're going to see a little bit of that today. So when we're looking at job adverts, and the question on this part of the survey is, how important is reading about benefits on your job adverts? And while 51% of the respondents, all of them, said that it was important, the number jumps to 66.7 when we talk about cisgender women. And that is most likely because, if you are a woman with a uterus and you're thinking about having a family, then benefits is something that you need to consider. Working pattern. So this, again, the question was, how important is to read about working pattern on a job advert? 64% of the respondents found it very important, but the number jumps to 76.9 when we look at people with disabilities. And, obviously you need to understand what the work pattern looks like, how flexible the job is, in order to, not necessarily just apply for the job, but feel like you are putting a good effort in terms of your job hunting hours in something that could result in a good opportunity that actually can accommodate you. Career progression. So only 38% of the most represented group in the industry said that this type of information is very important. And if you remember, those are the white males in this, cisgender males in the industry. And when we look at cisgender women, we have 44.4, 58.8 people of color, just BIPOC, but I like to say global majority, but you know how it goes for data. Found the information very important. So when we look at this, it's because they are the people less represented when it comes to job progression. So of course, reading this type of information would make them more willing to apply for your job. Automated interviews, I had a feeling that this would be something everyone would deeply dislike, because I personally do. But when it came to automated interviews, 14.9% of the most represented groups found it very uncomfortable. Among transgender respondents, we saw 26.4. And once we looked deeper, we found the number jumps to 46.7 to non-binary candidates. And the reason why, coming from me as a recruiter and how I've experienced from both sides, is that it's much harder for you as a candidate. Feel confident that the person on the other side, since they are just seeing a recording, they are not actually talking to you, sees you as a human, not as a video. So the first thing that they're going to think about you is not about what you're saying, but what you look like. And it's really important to humanize candidates. We shouldn't be numbers. We shouldn't be just people that are coming in and out of your processes, because that really does matter. Cover letters. So this one was a very telling one. I hate them. I don't think anyone personally does like them, but I was interested in knowing if people do actually write a new cover letter for each application. And that was the question. So only 28% of the most represented group in the industry writes a new cover letter for every job application. But in comparison, 46.2% of people with disabilities and 55.6% of women write a new cover letter for each application. That is interesting because it shows us that the people putting the most effort into the application are not necessarily getting more represented into the industry. So what is the whole point of this step? Other than actually putting a bigger strain on people that might have to, they have a family at home, so they can't spend hours and hours preparing their documents, or they're still working on a job, so they actually don't have the time to do this. And unfortunately, the people that have the least time in our society are the ones that have multiple intersectionalities in terms of discrimination or just how society puts us. So basically, we are asking another step to remove the people that have the least time to participate. And we are benefiting the people that put in the least effort into this step. It just doesn't make sense to have the step at all, because that is not helping with selection. So that's when we get to building it from scratch. When I think it's really important for us when we look at the global south, my mom used to say that we have in Portuguese is vira-lata syndrome, but it's pretty much a non-pedigree dog syndrome, which is basically we just assume that a lot of the things in the global north are wonderful. They had years and thousands of years to figure it out, so we might as well copy and paste it. But one, of realities are very, very different as the global south, and it's important to take that into consideration at all times. But two, it really isn't working for them either. How can you have an industry that is barely representing the audience that is consuming your product? At one point, you will just need newness, you need new narrative, you need new representation just bring the thing that we love about games the most, which is the innovation. So when you think about that, on the report at the end, I came out with a few takeaways based on all the information that I read from the candidate side and also from the hiring manager side. So one of the most important for me, which is also almost like a summary to all the other takeaways. And here we are just looking at the job descriptions, because I appreciate that sometimes you might not have a huge department to do all of your recruitment. Sometimes putting a job advert out is all you need to do at the moment to start your recruitment process. But that doesn't mean that it should just be a list of random information that you most likely copy and pasted from somewhere else on the internet, that copy and pasted from somewhere else on the internet. And I know that's what we do because I'm a recruiter, so we've all seen it. But basically, you need to create job descriptions that answer more questions than they end up creating. Which means, if you say it's a fantastic opportunity where you have lots of growth opportunities and blah, 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 what does that actually mean? I have more questions about what growth means and what amazing opportunities and all of that. So it's just important to do that, because the more you answer the questions, as we've seen in the other slides, the bigger the number of different people, just literally diversity, you attract. So when people complain about not finding enough diverse talent, I find that very upsetting, because we're not even doing the first steps to make our processes accessible and inclusive of everyone. So yeah, so if you can't define the salary, and I understand that from like a institutional point of view, because sometimes some studios, they have so many people that it's just really complicated to start from that, because they might not have like transparency internally, whatever it is, we will get that. But if you can't disclose your salary, have a range and tell people what do they have to do or show to be in the beginning of the range and in the end of the range. Is only fair, because you need to have those documents internally anyway. Be clear about how flexible you are, remote work, add your core working hours in your job description. It is so important for people to actually be able to grasp what their job offering actually is. Using gender decoders are very, very easy thing to do. They are online, you can just copy and paste. And they actually tell you a little bit about the words, and if you don't put a lot of emphasis on the meaning of certain words, you sometimes get called like, oh my God, that's not really what I mean. So there's no point having that there. But it has been proven that it does decrease the number of women that you get if you use a lot of malely coded words. So it is important. Create application processes that are specific to each discipline. There is no point to make unnecessary tests. There are no points to have the same number of steps depending on what the responsibilities of the job actually are. And I think it will save everyone's time if we look at recruitment and we start thinking about what are the core things we need to keep and what else can we take it out and then add for specific processes. Think about how you can streamline your process. No one has time to do 7 interview rounds. Is not fair to anyone. And I don't think the people at the moment requesting this had to do this in the degree that we are having to do at this point. So as a recruiter, internally and externally, I will advocate for like no more than 3 stages. If you are in a position to offer entry-level opportunities, I think that would be brilliant. It will create loyal and trustworthy workforce for your future. you are doing the next one of the next steps, which is creating a pipeline. And it is just really nice to be able to show that, the industry is growing and it is huge. So we need to kind of infuse it with more talent. No automated interviews, never. Consider trialing job-specific questions, which are, instead of in your last opportunity, in your last job, have you done so and so, and more to, if you were in this position, what would be your process to solving this issue? Because that will teach you a lot more than a cover letter would, for example. And feedback, feedback is really important. This is a huge little industry, as I like to call it, and those things come around. Everyone has seen it, that most companies, especially at least on my side of this side of the world, don't really prioritize giving feedback because there's too many people. But what I'm saying here is we need to start designing all processes and the way that we approach recruitment, having this as a priority, because it should be. So let's start figuring out ways of like making hiring managers give feedback in a way that is easier for recruiters to kind of distribute. But we definitely can find ways to do so. We just need to look internally. And as the global south, we don't have to copy and paste everything. We can take not necessarily our time, but we can start building things from scratch. This is me. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions? And just before that, this code here hopefully is working. It's for my link tree where you find some more resources for both studios and entry-level candidates, all my social media, and probably some vouchers there as well. Not entirely sure, but there's a bunch of stuff. So yeah. Well, that's different. Well, that's not different. That's interesting because have you decided, have you defined within your company what a behavioral fit is? And at least I like to propose people not to think about cultural fit, but cultural add, which means what do you need in your team to balance the personalities you have from the skills point of view, but also the interpersonal skills. So if you need someone that is a bit more like, taking initiative, but going too fast, because most of your team like to take their time and analyze all the data, you do need to have a mix of all sorts of personality. So for me, even before you start the process, when you are thinking about recruiting, it's not about, oh, you're a company fit or you fit with the whole company or the culture. Most people won't work with the entire company, they will work with their teams. So hiring managers need to start thinking about that before. And I also think it's important after that to define, like, if it is not a behavioral fit, how are we looking at the behavior? Is this person, and I think that's important to know, is this person neurodiverse in any way? Because if so, what kind of behavior are we expecting them to do? And maybe are we just misunderstanding certain things? So it's a complex but very important question. But for me, the answer is, as you're interviewing, you should never look just for skills and you should never look for umbrella definitions like fit, because no one just fits like a puzzle. And if everyone is the same, if you are deciding who fits, you're going to be looking for someone similar to you. And at the end, you're just going to have a lot of people clashing ideas. And that's normally what happens in those teams. But yeah, that's my take on it. I am sure there's many, many other ways, and HR would be all over it. But at least for me, my perspective is from the recruitment point. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Sarah. I absolutely loved this talk. I thought it was really important, and I think it's really important to have a conversation about how our recruiting processes aren't working and how we are absolutely destroying our ability to get more diverse candidates because of the way we do things, right?
Yeah.
I found that a lot of job descriptions are often really vague. And do you think that's intentional? Do you think that's something that I know you think that should be fixed, but why do you think that happens?
Well, I think it's a mix. I think our industry is as diverse as it is, like in terms of people, but also companies and how we come about things. But from my experience, I think is before we start thinking about what kind of person do we need and what is actually the specifics of the project of the job, we start thinking about what is the umbrella definition of what a technical artist needs to do, or what a game designer needs to do, or a programmer. And then normally we find some bits and pieces of those job descriptions around, because to be honest, no one really enjoys writing job descriptions. And then everyone puts all the emphasis on, oh, yeah, we need to find the right person just throughout the interview process. But the reason why that's not fair is that instead of hiring managers putting a bit more time into the process and fully defining in the job description, they put the onus on the candidate side, which is jumping multiple hoops while hiring managers figure out what do they actually want in a candidate, how many candidates they want to interview to figure out what they're actually looking for and what skills would fit best. And I think we are as an industry in a position to do a bit more of research of first, like, cultural ads for your team. What are the complementations that your team needs? But also, every project is very different. So when we are qualifying game projects, we should also be looking at what skills do we need to bring from that point on. And then we can be a lot more specific in the job descriptions, even when you do have NDAs, because certain things like just defining what is the genre of the title, or a little bit of maybe like the systems that someone might work in, that will do a big difference. But I think it is this mix of there's so much that needs to get done in order to make a game. The recruitment falls behind a bit, but it does come back to catch you, because people are the core of games. So yeah, I'm advertising here for, we know is a problem now. We've had a few centuries to figure that out. And I think just like with climate change, it's time to do a bit more of action. And the global south is incredibly well positioned to do so, because all industries will boom, especially in tech and games and entertainment. So why not doing so with the best practices in place?
That's really wise. And I think that what's really interesting is that so many game companies complain that they get too many resumes, and they would really limit that. They would pare down their own workload if they followed your best practices.
Yeah, the candidates will be more relevant. Candidates will feel like their time is actually being valued. They would have less people to review, so recruiters could spend a little bit more time on the screening calls. If the hiring managers already decided what's needed out of that person, the recruiters can already screen out of that from the first bunch of candidates. So you have like some really good candidates from the second stage onwards. Then you don't have to have more than three. But
Right.
it does take, it is that, putting the work when you already have a lot to do to save your time in the future. And I mean, I have ADHD, so I do that all the time. But because I've been burned by it so many times, I think when it comes to a company, we have the responsibility to actually put those best practices in place, because we owe it to our employees.
I think that's brilliant, and I think that's so absolutely accurate. And it was pretty horrifying to see those graphs of who isn't represented.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate you taking the time and doing the research that you did to get all that information.
No, thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting me. I really, really love coming to events like this, especially when it's online. It's so much more accessible as well.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much, Sarah. I know it's late where you are, and I just really appreciate that that you stayed up for us and gave us this amazing talk. And you actually will be back tomorrow to do you want to tell everybody, our audience, a little bit about what you're going to be talking about tomorrow?
Yes, no, of course. So I think I mentioned today that I had the amazing opportunity in leading one of the main gateways for the Kickstart schemes in the UK. And this gateway was just specifically for the games industry. The Kickstart scheme is pretty much a government support scheme that they paid for part-time employees for 6 months just for their first job in games, but people that were receiving universal support, pretty much like not in the class that is the most represented in games. And then I've learned a lot of things about that, but I mainly learned what works, what doesn't work. And it got me thinking how that scheme was not focused on games, but we managed to adapt it by applying certain things. So there's a lot of countries, and I know mine, for example, has Jovem Aprendiz, which also could take some of the advice that I'll give tomorrow to start transferring that funding that is in place to our industry.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to your talk tomorrow, and we really appreciate you being here. Just to let everyone know, we have a break now for an hour and a half. We will be back at, sorry, I have to look up when the universal, 2100 is when we will be back, UTC, and I look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around with us as we took a short break. Really excited for our final two presentations and talks for today's day one of Pathfindings Latin America. The next talk will be by Andre Moreira, and it will be discussing the legal challenges for LATAM game studios and developers. So without further ado, we are going to transition over to Andre, and should you have any questions, feel free to add them into our chat, and we'll either get to them at the very end of the presentation, but most likely we will get to them at the roundtable discussion. As a reminder for the flow of the Pathfindings event this year, we are taking time to deep dive further into these topics and conversations and take that conversation to the Discord channel where we can ask questions and really go into more detail about these amazing highlights and insights provided by the fascinating and talented speakers we have. So without further ado, I will get that set up. So just hang tight and we'll be right back.
Hi everyone, nice to see you all here. I'm very glad to share this moment with you today. I would like to take this opportunity first to thank IGDA for organizing such an incredible event. It's always important to foster this kind of initiative to help the games community grow, and especially the Latin American community from which I'm from. For those that still don't know me, my name is André Moreira. I'm a lawyer from Brazil, and I have been working with the games industry for 15 years now. One thing that always caught my attention in this market is that almost all deals and negotiations in the games industry includes parties from different countries. Team members, studios, publishers, distributors, investors. I always liked this deep internationalization of this market, but on the other hand, that's something that brings a huge complexity when legally designing a deal for parties involved in such negotiations. The reason of this natural internationalization of the games market is pretty clear to me. We are talking of digital projects originated from intellectual efforts of its creators and commercialized through digital venues in most parts, essentially and especially nowadays. So territorial limits are mostly irrelevant in this market, whether for developing or for commercialization purposes. However, as I mentioned earlier, this combination of international elements might bring a lot of complexity to certain situations. Latin America game developers, to whom I'm specially addressing this talk today, certainly know the challenges arising out of it. So, my mission today is to take a few of these challenges and to try to bring you some valuable insights for your professional activities. There's no doubt that this intrinsic internationalization is something that impacts directly in the way that business and professional relationships are built in this market. Consequently, this also impacts directly in the way that legal matters are addressed. When we talk about relationships in the games industry, we must talk about agreements, a legal instrument widely used to regulate deals made between people with common interests. Not always, but usually. I'm pretty sure that you all that are listening and watching me here, have signed, proposed, and even negotiated an agreement in your lives as gaming professionals, whether with your team, whether with a publisher, a service provider, and etc. So the first legal challenge I bring to you, developers, is this one. Always formalize your deals. Always put them in a document. Write them down. Although an agreement will not make your deal failure proof, it will give you a path to solve possible issues if and when they happen. The most relevant agreement in the games market is certainly the publishing agreement, like this template we see here disclosed by Raw Fury. A contract in which the game studio negotiates the right to market its game with a publisher or a distributor. For those located in Latin America, especially, it's pretty common to celebrate this kind of deal with companies from other countries, US, France, China, Australia, etc. What adds another complexity layer in this whole process, since the agreement will most certainly be written in another language and built according to the legal system of the party that proposed that agreement. Although we can clearly see international patterns in the structure of a publishing agreement for games, we can say here that the market built its own template. But there are topics in an agreement that are usually designed according to the background of the legal professional that wrote it. So this is something that we should always have in mind when reviewing an agreement of sorts, especially because it shall include not only clauses related to the distribution of the game, but also obligations related to investments, intellectual property, licensing and ownership, non-compete obligations, revenue sharing, among other legal stuff. However, sometimes your needs for a specific project might not be related to marketing the game. Perhaps your intention is to hire a sound designer or a developer specialized in a specific field. And if you're not hiring them as a service provider and paying them money for such service, you probably propose a co-development agreement or a business partnership in which each party shall deliver something in exchange for profits of the game developed. In this sense, it's really important for you to know exactly what you want and what is expected from you in a specific deal in order to write it down in a binding document. That's why one of the most important parts in a contract is the description of services, activities, and obligations to be performed by each party. Taking the publishing agreement as our reference, the ultimate obligation of a game studio is obviously delivering a finished game. Although it seems trivial, there are several information that should be considered when designing such a clause. Parties should define dates, deliverables, reviewing and approval procedures, as well as situations in which delays are acceptable and when not. Following the development obligations, we might also find other related activities such as porting, localization, and sound design. For each, it is also important to establish conditions for its delivery. For my fellow Latin American developers, especially, you most certainly employ localization and translation services for your games. If your projects contain more complex issues like gambling and adult content, you will also need to consider regulatory approvals in order to distribute your game in other countries. So pay attention to these necessary activities and what's most important, who should execute them and how shall the corresponding expenses be absorbed by the project. If these additional services expenses shall be deducted from the revenue share due to the parties, and you are not the one responsible for the financial transactions of the project, consider establishing auditing rights to confirm everything in case of any doubts. As a game developer, You should also have the right to inspect and analyze the result of third-party providers that might affect the integrity of your game and your studio name, obviously. Porting and localization services, for example, are activities that should always count with the approval of the developer of the game. Keeping up with the publishing agreement, let's talk a little bit of the publisher side, the commercialization and marketing activities. The role of a publisher in a game project is very important due to its know-how and networking. Uh, and the usual deal involving a publisher combines a structure in which the game developer gives a share of the game's revenue to such partner. Nevertheless, although publishers and developers' interests coincide in this case, or at least in most part, I usually recommend establishing some milestones for the commercialization activities, such as an official launching date, after the delivery of the Gold Master, the commitment to make launching events, to produce content in social media, to invest a minimal amount of money in marketing, etc. In more advanced publishing agreements, game studios can also propose sales goals to be performed by the publisher. And if such goals are not met, publishers can lose its exclusivity or have its revenue share percentage reduced, for example. And still in this topic, parties of a publishing agreement can also establish some rules for the commercialization rights, such as defining in which platforms the game should be published, a capped price for sales, in which territory sales shall occur. I specifically strongly recommend establishing a deadline for the commercialization activities in each platform, agreed with the publisher, obviously. Once the corresponding game version is finished, you should give the publisher, or the publisher should respect a deadline to start commercializing that game. Otherwise, developers should recover such right in case commercialization did not start. And last but not least, we should talk about money. Usually, when negotiating a publishing agreement, when the game is not finished yet, or when the game studio does not have the required capital to market its project, publishers will take this financing role in the project. In the indie game industry, that's something pretty common. But it's really important to understand how this financing structure works in that specific agreement. When the deal includes an intense development phase, payments will be usually made in installments, triggered by the delivery goals achieved by the developer. In service agreements, like hiring a sound designer, especially when there is a multi-phase delivery, always considered a delivery triggered payment model, the old model of the carrot in front of the horse. When talking about investment or similar agreements, your attention should be even bigger. There are different structures of funding that could be used for gaming projects. Investment in exchange for revenue share, that's most common. Services in exchange for revenue share, investment in exchange for equity in the developing company, financing loans, and many others. As Latin American players, please ask your lawyer about the alternatives to receive investment in your company's country. Using my Brazilian perspective in this topic, until recently there were no alternatives to receive a direct investment in exchange for equity without taxation and liability risks for investors and small to medium-sized companies in Brazil. Something pretty different from US and Europe, for example. So this legal flaw forced entrepreneurs to use convertible debt agreements to structure risk investments, which is not the best option for the company since we are talking about debt and no one wants it. So the recommendation here remains the same. Make sure you fully understand the financial terms of your deal and make sure that the proposed operation does not generate undesired effects on your country, especially when talking about liabilities and taxes. Finally, parties should also think about the payment logistics. Considering that agreements in this market usually have parties from different countries, you should consider where payments shall be made, which taxes are due and by whom, and what documents are required for such transactions. In some countries and payment platforms, before receiving money from a transaction, you will usually need to present a document to justify such operation. In several countries, including US, Brazil, and many European countries, tax authorities usually demand its nationals to withhold taxes on payments made to foreign companies and individuals related to royalties or development services, usually something between 15 to 30%. Sometimes it is legally possible to avoid this withholding, or at least to avoid a double taxation. Many countries have international agreements that address this issue. In Brazil, where we suffer a lot with a complex and heavy tax system, any relief on taxation is most welcome. And depending on the case, creating a company in the country where most of your revenue comes from, or a country that at least has special tax benefits, might be an interesting strategy for Latin American game studios. Today, this kind of procedure is much easier and cheaper, so you should look for it if you have the opportunity. When talking about legal stuff and games, we could never leave intellectual property out of this discussion. As a lawyer that started my career in the IP field, it was always amazing when I had a chat with someone of the games industry and they kept telling me about their IP and how they should develop their own IP as a strategy of their game studio. In this market, IP or intellectual property has a meaning that's not necessarily connected to its legal concept, although that is technically impossible. Just to give you a brief notion, so intellectual property is the legal artificiality that society created in order to create property over an intangible asset. So when I create a music, a trademark, a technological invention, or a game, I can claim IP rights over those as a reward for my efforts. Games are projects that combine a wide variety of IP rights, such as trademarks, copyright over the lore, the characters, the illustrations, the music, inventions, some patents, some software process included in a game, among other intangible assets that can be found in such kind of projects. So the first challenge when talking about IP is to guarantee that you, a game studio, owns all the IP related to the game that you're developing, or at least that you have the necessary licenses to commercially exploit such project. So first task is to make sure that all assets created by your team, whether they are your employees, partners, or service providers, are assigned to you. Every party of a deal related to the exploitation of a game should identify and should guarantee that the IP assets in the project are legally authorized to be there and that you own such prerogatives to exploit such intellectual property rights. As I mentioned to you earlier, a game is a combination of several creations. Therefore, if one of such elements is not authorized to be there, this could jeopardize the whole project and generate liability for infringements in this regard, especially for developers and publishers. In Brazil, we had recently multiple lawsuits filed against publishers of football games because of the lack of licensing in regard to the players' image rights. Although this is not intellectual property specifically speaking, it's pretty close related. In the origin of this problem relies a negotiation made between publishers and entities that supposedly had the authorization to sublicense players' image rights. For now, publishers have been losing these lawsuits and paying players and players' associations for such unauthorized use. Another case includes a photographer that filed a lawsuit against Capcom, claiming that such company used part of his photographs in some items of the game, and therefore claimed a $12 million compensation for such unauthorized use. Here you can see some comparison schedules presented in the lawsuit, and according to the media, the parties settled in an agreement and the lawsuit was ended. So it's because of situations like this that you always find a clause in, at least in well-written agreements, in which parties guarantee that the contribution they made to the project will not infringe third-party rights. Otherwise, the agreement should be terminated, and the party that caused the infringement would be liable to compensate or reimburse other parties for the damage and losses they suffered. In this industry, I know that it's pretty common to buy pre-developed assets to use in games, like engines, illustrations, sounds, etc., especially in initial projects. Those operations are actual licenses. The owner of the creation is lending you the right to use it based on the established rules of such license. So, my recommendation, always read the extensions of such license before launching your project. Remember the recent change on Unity's license agreement that was announced and that caused a major discussion in this market. Nonetheless, the discussion related to IP and games also brings another hot topic to the table: the use of AI-generated assets in game projects. Forget the ethical discussion around it. I'm restricting my talk here to the IP approach. So first thing I would like to ask you is, who owns the IP over an AI generated asset? Currently, in my personal point of view, no one. Creations entirely made by machines are assets that our legal systems do not recognize as IP protected items. Several governmental entities already issued their opinion in the same sense, like the US Copyright Office, the Brazilian Patent Office, among others. However, this discussion is far from its end. A lot of people understand that the IP rights should belong to the operator that provided the inputs that generated that specific asset. Other people understand that the person or the company that owns the AI entity should also own the creations and the IP rights that it generates. A few people with a more futuristic approach sustain that the AI should own the IP rights, but that would obviously require a more profound and philosophical discussion. So, what the companies that have AI tools say about that? Here's a few licensing terms that I took from some of those companies. So as you see, the OpenAI ChatGPT, for example, established that all rights linked to the outputs that they are generated are assigned to the user. So the user owns the supposed existent IP rights over that. Midjourney terms of use in the same way propose a similar approach, but with more caveats. It says that the content belongs to the user according to the limits imposed by the applicable laws. Resemble AI, on the other hand, provides a different approach. It established that the outputs generated by its tool belong to the company that grants a license to the user to exploit it. Nonetheless, it's impossible to avoid a critical point here. In cases where the platform assigns the IP rights to the user, if there is no IP right over that creation, what is it actually being assigned here? This is one of the few paradoxes we face when dealing with artificial intelligence and intellectual property. However, my main concern in this topic is not related to IP ownership, but to IP infringement. AI tools might use third-party creations and even personality rights, as we saw in this recent case brought by the media involving Scarlett Johansson. So you should always consider reviewing the assets that you're using that were generated by an IP uh, to an IP, sorry, an artificial intelligence tool, and check if that is not infringing upon third-party rights. Something that's pretty common in deals in the games industry and not so much in other creative markets is the use of a revenue share structure. As I mentioned earlier, as a compensation for the deliveries made by each party in a publishing agreement, a co-development development agreement, or a business partnership, parties usually establish a participation from each party in the profits generated by the commercialization of that project. Usually, parties are free to define the rules on how the money arising out of the project sales should be divided among them. However, there are some patterns in the market. In the indie game industry, usual publishing agreements, revenue sharing division is normally something between 50-50 or 80-20 in favor of developer. Such definition will vary according to several elements: the status of the project, the prestige of the game, the prestige of the studio, the team, and especially if there is money paid in advance. First, it's always important to define what is understood as revenue for the purpose of the agreed deal. Usually, the sharing is defined over a net revenue. Never rely on external concepts to explain what is net revenue. This concept may vary a lot depending on each party culture and so ever. So put it in the contract. In most agreements, net revenue is defined as the total amount of money received from sales of project, less taxes and third-party commissions. In negotiations where publishers or investors or financing parties anticipate money to studios, it's quite usual to find clauses that label such payment as a recoverable advance or a recoupable amount, allowing such financing party to receive a higher percentage over the project's revenue until such disbursement is fully returned. In publishing agreements, the control of the revenue generated is usually under the publisher's responsibility. Game studios might even be required to transfer their game to the publisher's stores in distribution platforms such as Steam. In this case, publishers shall be responsible for sales and the corresponding tax obligations. In other deals, game developers might still be in charge for the sales, and so the revenue share distribution will be performed by the studio along with its responsibilities. A must-have clause in agreements with a revenue share structure is the right to audit the books of the party responsible for the receiving and sharing the money. Again, it's pretty important to understand how the revenue share operation is structured, especially for tax purposes. How will such payments be labeled as service compensation, royalties, investment earnings, payment of a loan, etc.? You don't just share profits with someone that is not an actual partner in your company. So, taking Brazil as an example, although we might call this structure as revenue sharing, usually payments made under such structure are labeled as service or royalty fees. Due to the ups and downs of the global economy, we should always be prepared to face negative situations, especially in a relationship with a business partner, and that also applies to the games industry, obviously. As I mentioned earlier, an agreement does not transform your deal in a failure-proof operation, but it facilitates a lot the path to deal with unwanted situations, like a publisher that does not pay your fees, or a partner that filed for bankruptcy, or even a team member that decides to leave your project and has contributed a lot for the IP of the game. So this is one of my final suggestions. Always have an exit alternative in your agreements. Every well-written agreement will have rules to regulate its termination. The purpose of an agreement is exactly to grant legal certainty and predictability for the business it regulates. So besides the natural expiration of a contract at the end of its term, parties may agree on unilateral and unmotivated termination options. Usually, when I see a deal with huge potential to generate problems, an unmotivated termination clause is something that I fight for, usually with a prior notice and sometimes with compensation options. But not all deals are susceptible to this kind of alternative. On the other hand, rules that cover infringement situations are extremely important and they are always present at this kind of agreements for every party. Usually, agreements establish a division between minor breaches, like a 2-day delay to deliver something, which can trigger a soft penalty like a fee, and material breaches, like the refusal to deliver the game or to pay the corresponding revenue share, which can cause then the forced termination of the agreement, payment of damages, return of money invested, and so on. However, the biggest challenge on a termination hypothesis is to predict and regulate its effects. For example, publishers usually require a post-termination period to sell every project they still have in stock and to withdraw all content from its marketing materials and etc. As a developer, part of a publishing agreement, the most important condition to consider in the termination effects is the immediate transfer of the control over the game in all agreed platforms. I have seen a few situations, a few cases in which the developer became hostage under the other party's intention because the latter had all the control over the game sales and refused to transfer it before a definitive termination was settled. In the end, a well-written agreement might not be enough if parties face difficulties to exercise the prescribed rights. In agreements in the games industry, which usually comprise several international elements like parties, place of sales, and etc., it's highly recommended to define a national law that will govern the agreement and which court is deemed competent to receive any lawsuit arising out of that contract. Usually, agreements indicate the court and law of the party that have more risks in a possible failure of the project. In other words, the party that's put money in the game. For Latin American developers and service providers, most certainly agreements proposed by someone that is paying you will be regulated by the law of that company's country, as well as the court selected to receive any complaint. This is usually hard to negotiate, especially when your risk is smaller. But always consider this, especially if you are a Latin American player, and since you most probably need to hire a lawyer in another country to help you in case of negative situations. An option that should always be considered in business like this is the election of arbitration procedures, private entities that could receive and issue a binding decision to solve any dispute between the parties. For this to work, an arbitration clause must be included in the agreement. In Brazil, an arbitration procedure is faster and with better quality for complex cases, and I pretty much consider a video game dispute a complex litigation. Well, this is the end of my talk today. I hope I could bring you a few insights of some challenges faced by game developers and especially Latin American developers and game professionals of this market. Obviously, it's impossible to talk about every legal challenge that might come up, especially because this industry is always changing. But there are two things you should always keep in mind when negotiating deals in this market. First is to always make sure you fully understand the implications of what you are assuming and consult a lawyer if necessary. And second, don't be afraid to negotiate. People do not feel attacked if you bring your intentions to the negotiation table. That's all part of the game. Thanks, guys. Hope to see you in our roundtable discussion.
Thank you so much, Andre, and we'll get to our next speaker here in just a moment.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be talking here at Pathfindings. Thank you very much, IGDA. And well, let's get going. So let's talk about gaming industry strategic development and how planning can change an ecosystem. My name is Harrison Shoa. I'm currently managing the Ceará gaming industry sectoral planning, and I'm currently president of the sectoral chamber of cultural economic development at the Economic Development Agency here at Ceará. It's a state agency that deals with economic development in various sectors. I'm also a former president of our regional game developer association, which is Attendees, and a researcher. And as a professional, I'm a game designer and producer at Solo Crafters Studio and work in the gaming industry since 2011. So, what about Ceará? When we talk about Brazil, we mostly talk about São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and sometimes Rio Grande do Sul, which are states that are known for the gaming industry development. Ceará is outside this region. So we're state at northeast of Brazil. We are far from the traditional centers, and we are a state of approximately 10 million people distributed in 184 municipalities. And we are quite a small state in terms of our participation in Brazilian GDP. So only 2.1%, which is fairly important to our discussion today. Normally, the state is recognized because of its beaches, which is they are amazing. The Caatinga biome, which is kind of like of a savanna, desert or something like that, which is most of our state, and our strong cultural heritage, mostly in music, culinary, craftsmanship, and now in game development. We're also remembered by top scores in our schools and universities, and the state, even being poor in comparison to lots of other states in Brazil, is responsible for considerable investments in education and innovation. So the results are growing exponentially over the years, and Ceará is becoming more and more observed and awarded by what it's doing. So, a brief story about our recent industry. The gaming industry is there since the 70s, but Ceará formally started as an ecosystem in 2008 with our game developers group. Literally, this was the name of the group, the game developers group, that was established, and it was the first try to create a representative collective to discuss about the gaming industry here in our state. In 2011, we started another initiative called Ideias em Jogo, which is thoughts in game or something like that. It's a joke with the words in Portuguese, and it was created based on the ideas of substituting the group for specific moments with talks and workshops and guests and things like that. And in 2013, we built another group called Ceará Indie Games, and our local community meeting, which is Find, because of our capital, which is Fortaleza. So it's kind of Fortaleza Indie, which was focused on game dev professionals. And in 2015, we built Attendees, which was our regional game developer association. In 2018 to 2019, we've built our local IGDA chapter. And in 2019, we started our first partnership program with Sebrae, which is an important institution that we are going to talk a little bit more later, which was definitely an important milestone for development. The point is that our industry is fairly recent, and at the same time, it's marked by these series of reboots and resets in our progress. So we've had three collectives between 2008 to 2015, up until we founded 2015 to 2018. Things were continue to be really complicated. So this is a story about a fairly recent ecosystem, fairly recent industry, one that is far from the attention of the public, but we thought it was interesting to bring this story to you and how we build from this base. So our story kind of starts in 2015, and this 2022, it's a really important moment because we established our gaming industry sectoral planning. And what the hell is this? The Cearás gaming industry sectoral planning, or Pro Games CE, is a strategic, operational, and financial planning initially conceived to target the years between 2023 and 2028. And the objective of this document, it's 100-page strategic planning, sorta, is to promote the development and sustainability of our local gaming industry, based on some values, but most of all, through communication between the various agents that were building something into the gaming industry, directly or indirectly, support of existing and emerging initiatives, empowerment of our regional ecosystems beyond the capital. So we focus a lot on our countryside and in other regions of the state. The coordination through governance and governance structures, and the creation of needed programs, projects, and actions while building a safe journey for developers and studios. So this is the goal of this document, and this is probably the main reason why this talk is so important for me and for our community here at Ceará, because this was a really big milestone in of how our ecosystem developed. But also it's a really broad spectrum of actions that it executes. But for games, we've had the luck to start to build a relationship with them since 2018, and in 2019 we were able to execute our first initiative. And in 2022, Sebrae provoked us to build something bigger. So let's not just execute Sebrae Developers, which is entrepreneurship program for the gaming industry. So we take developers, professionals, but also hobbyists and enthusiasts, and CEOs of companies, of our companies here, and we help them to better fit into the gaming industry. And Sebrae provoked us to build something bigger than only this action. So bring us really structured strategic, operational, and financial planning, and then we'll help you to build upon it. And that's what happened. And the process that we've passed through is the main topic of our talk today. So the learnings we've had are the main topic that we're going to talk about. So I've separated a few insights, and we'll discuss about them, and then later we'll talk more at the roundtables. But I hope that these insights will help people from other communities to think about how they could plan their community, how they could plan their ecosystem and take the best of the opportunities to create something really meaningful for everybody. The first step is build trust, results, and cooperation. So the idea here is a planning is as good as the people who support it, and you need to be cohesive when you're trying to plan something bigger. So it's something that you have to pass trust for your partners. You have to be trustworthy of their attention, of their time, of their support. And you build this when you show them all the sector is supporting what is being built. And I know that sometimes it's complicated because we do have lots of internal discussions sometimes, but at the same time, when we have these kind of situations, it's important to try to make them happen and be solved internally. Because for these external institutions, these potential partners, government, private companies, and such, it's important to show them you are stable. They know you have problems, internal problems. They know you're not perfect, but if you can discuss and take these matters into the hands of the sector and then bring a solution to them, it's really important to highlight how structured and well organized is your sector, especially in comparison to other sectors that are normally not that organized. Here in Brazil, for example, some sectors of the creative economy are not that well organized, and they pass kind of a confusion vibe for partners, especially outside the culture spectrum. So specifically economic development, innovation, and such. And when you pass this kind of feeling for your partners, they have suspicions about what you're able to accomplish if they support you. So this is the one of the main things that we've learned in our process. And then the idea of starting small to highlight the needs and present a strong result. For example, we've had a public calling that we were able to give our inputs this year here in Brazil. And we've had 1 million Brazilian reais to work on. It's not that much, but it's not that little. So it could be used, for example, to finance 5 projects of 200,000 Brazilian reais. But we've choose to finance 20 projects of 30,000 Brazilian reais, and then two big projects of 200,000. And those two big projects are necessarily prototype laboratories. And why we did this? It kind of pissed off some companies, but it was really important to map our potential developers. So we spread the resources over the state and see what happened. So much more opportunities to the small developers. It was interesting to create new prototypes, even completely new in date. Would not finish a game with that resource, but it would start prototypes that could be directed to other initiatives that we were planning. And we'll build more and more production and experience from those developers. So it was a resource that came to fund some studios, but we've used it also to map some studios that we've had in our community. The second topic is each partner have its own expertise and KPIs. And I bring the example of 3 government secretariats because they seem so similar, but at the same time, they all have different KPIs to observe. So the culture secretariat is focused on the heritage aspect. and they will fund initiatives that are related to the culture of the region. The economic development is obviously focused on how much money any initiative will make, and the science, technology, and superior education is focused on innovation, technology, new intellectual properties, and such. So understand these agendas. Each institution have its own. Here at Ceará, for example, our government have one called Ceará 2050, which is Ceará 2050. It's a huge planning for the state. It obviously doesn't mention the gaming industry because they didn't knew we existed, but we could learn from their agendas and their plannings, even from other areas, and understand which KPIs we could help to build in the state. Understand that our KPIs are completely different from government and civil society. So we have some metrics that they definitely don't. The revenue of our companies for some secretariats or some partners definitely doesn't matter. And you will have to understand how to adjust your discourse. Bureaucrats will greenlit, technicians will execute, understand this difference. Because for some people, you try to convince them this is interesting, but you don't need and you shouldn't be technical. And for other people, those people will already be ordered to execute, and you will have to be technical about your execution to guarantee the quality of what you're building up. And money is important, but not everybody will talk about it. As I said, some people doesn't care about money because their KPIs are in other spectrum, and those KPIs are also important to us. So inclusion, accessibility, diversity, all of those are important KPIs to have in mind. Connection between partners is a strength, so don't put all eggs in one basket. You don't know how long the basket will hold, and this is an aspect that I'm not only talking about one partner. I'm also talking about one program or one execution. Up until this year, Sebrae Developers, our initial program, was the only thing that we've had up until we start the execution of the sectoral planning. And every KPI was responsibility of Sebrae Developers. So how much the industry make, how many employees companies have, how many games there are built in each year, and it starts to make the program impossible to run because of this. So split up your initiatives, split up your resources, split up your partners. Each and every one have their own specialty, have their own expertise, as I mentioned before. So play with this, understand these capabilities, understand these potentials, and work with this idea. If people recognize you from other contexts, they are more likely to support you. So people are prone to support you if they remember you are related to some other partner they already have. You present in moments that even are not related to the gaming industry, but you are remembered to be there in design initiatives, innovation initiatives, and such. So if you are there, this is a plus for building bridges between partners. Don't be afraid to combine efforts with different partners and understand previously built relationships, because most of the time your partners have relations between each other, and you can build upon it because they have an agreement to execute some programs together, because they have some shared resources they could use together or such. Understand these mechanisms and explore them. So understand if you are able to combine these efforts to bring more partners into the table and optimize their execution, because you are also helping them. You are also helping the people who needs to present results in the end of the year. Build a journey and build for the long run. This is really, really important. So first of all, games are not the only road. Even if it's our industry, our sector, we pave our way with IT, we pave our way with design, audiovisual, and other sectors, which means that some initiatives that highlight them can really help us. A really cool example here is that Fortaleza, the capital of Ceará, is part of UNESCO network of creative cities. It's a design creative city, and obviously it's not something that is connected directly to game development, but we are lots of times we are invited to execute things together. We are seen together with this initiative, which complements our own pledges to the partners, and we build something together with the design association, for example, which is awesome. We optimize resources, and we build things together with our common cause. So the second point is have a clear view about what you expect of inputs and outputs. So understand what do you have in your mind, where do you want to reach. This is about the journey too. So create the journey. This diagram represented here is about that journey. Is about the road the professionals and the entrepreneurs will make in our industry. Each one is a frontier that we defined, and each frontier must have some actions inside of it, which is really important. It's a result that we've built based on various learnings that we've had in this year forum, SPCine forum at São Paulo, which is where I met Jackin from from IGDA, which was awesome too. So this whole result was part of study and understanding other ecosystems. We were, I don't know, 11 regional associations and IGDA chapter in this discussion, and help people and open space for new leaderships. So you will not build this together. You will not build this alone. You have to build this together with other people, because sometimes you are gonna be tired of it. You need a vacation, so you have to prepare other people. You have to build this whole structure. In our case, we have the sectoral chamber, which is part of our governance. It's beyond the association. It's a macro structure, and it's really cool to have all the entities working together. Ascende Jogos, IGDA, representatives from the countryside. It's really awesome to have these people feel empowered to act in the ecosystem. And steady results are better than big results. We don't aim for big results in one year, but we have amazing results based on what we are doing here. Right now we have 49 gaming industry studios and groups. In 2018, we knew 6, so it was astounding. We have 18 plus products developed between 2021 and 2022, and more than 200 devs working directly and indirectly in our companies. We've built from 27 companies in 2020 to 49 right now. And our revenue growth from 1 million Brazilian reais in 2020 to 7 million, directly because of the planning and the actions we've executed, the business missions and such. So it's small in comparison to other results, but it's a huge step from an ecosystem that started with barely nothing to hold on. And it's amazing how we can build this together, and follow the plan. Basically that. So we're following a great plan, and it's been an amazing experience. And thank you very much, everybody. My name is Arison Ochoa. My email is arisonheltami. And the directory of Ascende Jogos is also here. And it was a pleasure to present to you guys a little bit about what we are doing here at Ceará. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Erison. That was such an insightful presentation, especially right after another insightful one from Andre. I am so appreciative of having your insights shared with our entire IGDA community and the public. We learned so much, and I imagine several of us have some questions. So, especially around the strategic planning, the strategic relationship building, and then also ensuring that you're protecting yourselves when you're making agreements and making these deals that have thousands upon thousands of dollars of impact on all of the parties involved. So, with that said, now we will go to our Discord roundtable discussions. And in these Discord roundtable discussions, this is your opportunity to hear more details about the topics that were just discussed. Ask any questions that you might have to the panelists and really just engage in a deeper conversation. So what we're going to do is we're going to paste that Discord link for you to join right here in chat. So everybody watching chat, feel free to click on that Discord link just posted, and we will see you in Discord. With that said, we will leave the stream on just to direct people to the Discord if they come on in the next 30 or so minutes. But that does conclude the talks for day one of Pathfindings Latin America, and we'll see you on Discord to continue the conversation. Thank you all so much, and have a wonderful rest of your time zone. Take care.
Mm-hmm.